All right. All right. So we're recording. Welcome, everyone. Greetings. My name is Will Moss. I am the founder and CEO of HBCU Connect. Super excited to have you all join us this evening for this awesome and new opportunity with Microsoft and the environmental sustainability team. A little bit of quick housekeeping as you join the call and during the event. Please help us out by staying on mute so we can focus on the conversations and the introductions of the Microsoft team members that have graciously taken their time out to share their opportunities and a little bit about themselves as well. Also, during the event, you do not have to turn on your video during the event, so you can actually turn your video off so that we can focus on the video from the Microsoft environmental sustainability team members and what they have to share with us. And then a little bit later on in the event, I will cue you all to turn on your video if you came prepared to do so for an opportunity there. But for now, let's go ahead and get started. So what I like to do as we kick off these events is run through the agenda to set expectations for the event. So I'm going to do a brief welcome just to give some background on myself, our organization, our partnership with Microsoft, and what led us to this event today, and what's in it for you and how to take advantage. Then I will be introducing our keynote speaker, who's going to give you an overview of the environmental sustainability team, what they're tasked with, and the opportunity for you. So after introducing Brian Rybaric, I'm sorry, after introducing Brian, then I'm going to introduce the team members who have graciously taken their time out to share their experiences, their different roles on the team, kind of their path to Microsoft, to give you a little bit of background and context on who you have on the panel so that you can ask some really good questions and take advantage of this opportunity to meet, network with the environmental sustainability team. And also, of course, understand the opportunities that are available for you. Then we'll jump into a panel discussion. I'll kick it off with a few questions that I have prepared on your behalf to get to know not only the environmental sustainability team and the team culture, but also what it's like to work at Microsoft and all of the great reasons why you may want to join the team. But then I'll also open up the floor for you all to ask questions in the chat. So if you have not already taken advantage of leveraging the chat to introduce yourself, I would highly encourage that you do so. So please take a moment to introduce yourself in the chat, to drop your HBCU if you're representing an HBCU, and also a way to network not only with the Microsoft team but with each other. You can drop a link to your LinkedIn profile, which is highly encouraged at all of our virtual events. Okay, so after the panel discussion and live Q&A, then we will talk about next steps briefly and then close out the event. All right, so let me give you a little bit of background. Who am I? My name is Will Moss. Again, I'm the CEO and founder of HBCU Connect. We've been around since 1999, and we serve the purpose of serving as an opportunity engine for not only students and graduates of HBCUs, but also diverse professionals all over the country that are looking for opportunities after graduation. So I'd say roughly 10 years ago, we forged a partnership with Microsoft. Primarily, Microsoft leveraged us similar to how you would leverage a LinkedIn by accessing, our website, posting job opportunities, and doing online recruitment through our online platform. But Microsoft actually came to us and said, "Hey, this is great. We see we're moving the needle with online applications, but we don't want those applications from this diverse audience to get lost." So Microsoft actually put the ball in our court and said, "Hey, Will, HBCU Connect, how can you help make sure that the candidates that come from HBCU Connect are actually getting a good look from our hiring managers and our recruiters, and they don't slip through the cracks?" And so they put the ball in our court. We came up with the idea of hosting after work networking receptions that could lead to interviews and lead to hires for the different teams within Microsoft. And we kicked this off about 8 years ago. Started with our first event actually at a NESB conference, networking reception. Then we started hosting the events individually all over the country for different teams within Microsoft. But most of those events were actually for software engineers and technical program managers on product development teams within Microsoft. So I think there's a unique opportunity for you all here to understand another part of Microsoft, which is the environmental sustainability team and what they do, the opportunities that they have. And of course, at our events, the emphasis is not only for you to learn more about that team and have the opportunity to engage and ask questions, but for these opportunities to lead to interviews and folks getting hired, which usually does happen from our events with Microsoft. That is the intention, and that is the opportunity for you. So after doing these events for years offline, fast forward, to 2020, COVID-19 hit, and kudos to Microsoft. Instead of canceling the events that we had scheduled um, in person, we pivoted to doing the events with Microsoft Teams. And coincidentally, the first event that we had that was virtual was with the Microsoft Teams group who was hiring. So I felt that was pretty poetic. But kudos to Microsoft. Microsoft has been committed to recruiting diverse candidates in this partnership with us, not only by showing up and hosting these events, but by following up with us and saying, for example, I just got off a call today with another team within Microsoft, the DevDiv team, and from our last event so far, they have hired 8 people from that event. So you all are in the right place at the right time. The intention is for you all to take advantage of these opportunities, for you to listen, learn, connect, ask, and engage. And then hopefully I'll be hearing back from the environmental sustainability team about the interviews and hires from this event. All right, so with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the meat and potatoes of the event with the introduction of our keynote, who is Brian Ryberick, Chief of Staff on the
Still on mute, Brian.
Hey, Brian. Okay, you're good. You're good. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now? Got the technology.
Yes, sir. We're good.
Awesome. All right. Thanks. Well, first, thank you, Will. I'm going to somewhat correct this. A keynote, I think, would be this really inspiring discussion. And really what I want to do is give you guys an overview of our team. And then the panel discussion, I think, is really going to be the inspiring spot here. So maybe a little bit of a change in how I view the overview we're going to give here. But thank you, Will, for that introduction and all the work that you do in this partnership with us. I also want to thank all the members of the Microsoft team for taking some time here. This is a really important partnership. I also want to call out Bonnie for all the work she's doing on our own employee engagement and environmental justice work. It's such a key piece of the work that we're doing. And of course, thank all of you for joining us here today and taking some time. This is a critical opportunity for us as a team, as humans, as Microsoft employees to really truly live our values out.
I think someone accidentally muted you, Brian. Sorry about that.
All right, you got me now?
Yes, we're good. We're good.
All right. So anyway, just wanted to say this is a critical opportunity for us to live out our values, take some time, connect with you, have you guys hear what we do on our team, and then hear some of your stories and questions as well, and connect with you, and hopefully connect you up with some opportunities to bring your experiences, your education, and your passions to groups like ours at Microsoft working on environmental sustainability. And I do want to just point out, this is an awesome opportunity for us to connect with you in a partnership. But I hope you leave this knowing that roles like the ones that we're going to talk about and the roles of the people represented on this call at Microsoft are growing roles, not only at Microsoft, but at a lot of other places. And so, I hope that we can connect up with people and find places where that passion, you can bring that to Microsoft, because we are obviously the best of places to work. That's me being a little bit Microsoft focused on this, but I do want to, sort of let you know it's actually something Trevor and Bonnie and I have been working on in looking at some of the skills that are going to be needed for the workforce of the future, and how looking at that through a sustainability lens is a really interesting thing right now. We're seeing job growth and the need for bringing things like
Brian, you're muted again.
stops getting and then the infinity room starts.
There we go.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Sounds good. Yep, we're good.
Okay. Sorry about that. Here, let me. Now I've got an echo in the room, so. Sorry, I need to use the camera here because my camera on my laptop is not operational. So apologies for that. But are you guys hearing an echo or is it just me?
It's very slight. It's very minimal. I think we're good.
So apologies for the technology issues here, but we'll get it all figured out here eventually. A little intro on me. You'll see here my role is chief of staff. That's one of those jobs that has, the last line in the job description is other duties as assigned, and that's pretty much the most important part of the role. But it's one of those very dynamic jobs that you really can't, sort of say what a typical day is in that. But it's really to support our team, and we'll walk through the different elements of our team and the work that we do, and as we kind of go through this. But it's a really interesting job. It's one that, as you can see, I have a law degree. I got a political science degree, so I had to go to law school at that point afterwards. And I did see some other Big Ten universities also represented in the chat there early on. But University of Wisconsin State School kid. I grew up in Wisconsin, so that's the connection there. I've been at Microsoft for about 30 months. I actually came in through our data center energy team, and you'll hear from Steffi, who works on that team today as well, as a director of energy markets. And that's really, we can walk through some of these various roles that I've had, but they are, sort of this many and varied roles. And you can have kind of a, in my mind, this is kind of an interesting career path that I've taken. It's not one that I mapped out at the beginning of my career and said, hey, I want to go and be a chief of staff at Microsoft, but had these continued opportunities for impact along the way with my career, and sometimes being a true lawyer, sometimes being more of a policy advisor through these roles. I will say I'm actually joining from our Des Moines, Iowa office. One thing that is really important to me as I look at this career path is that at several of these points, I got really great mentors. And I'm joining from our Iowa office because there's a job in there you'll see at Mid-American Energy Company Utility. I was the deputy general counsel. That utility is in a building right across the street from where I am today. And I have a great friend and mentor who was my boss there that I take time and be very intentional about visiting and seeing. And I think, as far as career advice goes, that's such an important piece of my career. And I have another great mentor from a previous job at the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin that I still keep in touch with today. And all the lessons learned that through their careers then become part of my own lessons. So just a quick piece of advice from my own journey there. But let's jump into the next slide, Will, and kind of jump into what we do as a team. And you'll learn obviously a lot more about this as the team gets on for their panel discussion. But one of the things we often get asked is, why is it that Microsoft is engaged in environmental sustainability to the degree that we are? Why is it that we are leaning in so heavily on climate action and trying to take a leading role in addressing climate change? And we think of this in sort of two ways. One being a very altruistic way. We have a responsibility to do our part and then go further. And one, a very pragmatic way. For Microsoft to do well, we need the world to do well. And sometimes I look at this slide and I think, oh my gosh, this is just like corporate, I don't know, like self-help
books, reading of, we have this altruistic thing. We are a very successful company, one of the most successful companies in the world has ever known. And so when we have that ability to go farther, we should be trying to solve the world's biggest problems because we have the resources to do so. And then, right, for Microsoft to do well, the world needs to do well. Again, sort of sounds like corporate self-help, but it's actually true of Microsoft. We touch so many economies throughout the world. We touch so many sectors throughout the world with our products and the partnerships that we have with companies. And when you think about the second half of this, for Microsoft to do well, we need the world to do well. There's nothing more important than the climate to be in a place where we aren't like we need stability, I guess, is really what I'm getting at there. And climate is sort of the basis of everything. And as we're already seeing climate impacts throughout the world, leading to instability throughout the world. And so we have this sort of very altruistic view and a very pragmatic view towards why we are engaged in the climate action that we are. So maybe flip to the next slide. Get a little bit more into, and maybe just to click all the way through, because I don't want to spend a whole ton of time on our own journey, but it is really a long-term journey, decades of action, as you see from the title of the slide, going from our first carbon emission reduction goals in 2019, and then sort of a big step change in 2020 when we made our industry-leading sort of big impact commitments. And probably the best way of thinking about this slide is really from a left to right view, to think about it as an increasing impact perspective, right? We've gone from carbon emission reduction goals to, in 2020, saying we are going to be a carbon negative company by 2030, going from a carbon neutral company using emissions offsets in 2012 to going and saying we're actually going to reduce our emissions and remove carbon from the atmosphere in 2020. You'll hear from Raphael, who works on that carbon removal program later today. We've initiated a carbon fee, which is a very unique thing for companies to do. We're actually charging our business units for their carbon emissions, and now using those funds to help pay for our climate action on the other side of the aisle. Some other pieces here I think are kind of interesting to point out. As I was looking through the slide this morning, I noticed in 2018, you'll see the bottom point there is our Silicon Valley campus groundbreaking. It's one of our, it's a great facility from a sustainability perspective. It's a timber framed construction, so we're embedding carbon into the construction of the building, LEED certified, etc. But it's funny, we were just there now in 2022 for the grand opening, just not too long ago, to showcase some of the sustainability benefits there. But it just is a reminder of a lot of this stuff takes time. So you have a 2018 groundbreaking to a 2020 opening. Obviously, a few things happened in the world since then. But really focusing on the right-hand side, it's this increased commitment to impact and operating with 100% renewable energy by 2025. Steffi can certainly answer questions about that, working on the renewable energy team. Protect more land than we use, so having a commitment to ecosystems, becoming carbon negative, and then I think our carbon pieces are the areas that get showcased a lot for Microsoft, but then becoming zero waste by 2030 and becoming water positive by 2030 as well, recognizing that it's not just carbon emissions that have this massive impact on the world. And then going forward, after we accomplish those things, which are going to be hard enough in their own right, ensuring that we remove all of our historic emissions going back to our founding in 1975. So really trying to bring even more and more impact into the climate. Now, the key to me of this is great, what we are doing, it is industry leading, but if we don't bring impacts that are magnifying effects, that really, to me, is kind of the interesting side of this, whether that be through policy initiatives to drive governments to bring more climate impact to the work that they do, whether that be with our partners and customers to help them achieve similar climate outcomes or, emissions outcomes for their companies, whether that be impact like we're talking about today of ensuring that we are bringing opportunities that are embedded in all of this to new and different markets, to new and different places, to new and different people. That is really important to us from a perspective of the impact that we are going to have throughout the globe. So let's look at the next slide. I think it's a really interesting depiction of our strategy. And I think what's important about this, and we'll get to the wheel on the right here in a second, but on the left, we have sort of our mission and vision statement. And it's delivering on our carbon pledges, right? That is really the key for us. That is the basis on which we have the credibility to go and work on new markets and work in this space and be at the table as we develop those magnifying effects, those multiplying effects. And it's to position us as a leading platform technology provider. We are a technology company at the end of the day, and there are tons of solutions here that are based in technology for us to go and grow our business with. But looking at the wheel, you see again, we have carbon, water, waste, and ecosystems. Those are our sort of main pillars of impact that come through our commitments. But then sort of moving yourself in, you see that that's operations, aligning with science and international goals. Science obviously being a huge foundation for us. Indeed, our chief environmental officer, for whom I used to work, was a scientist. He's a PhD scientist. And so science has always been this key piece. And Trevor, who you'll hear from a little bit later today, is on our science team and grounding us in that scientific basis for everything that we do. So our operations, obviously, a key piece that is really the group that will be delivering on our 2030 carbon commitments. Products and services. This is a space, and we'll go through a little bit more of this on the next slide, where we have our opportunity for impact outside of Microsoft. And, there's some opportunities there where we're working with partners and identifying products and solutions. Then that products and services really also then move into our customers and partners, our trusted partners on our sustainability journeys. These are our opportunities for impact as well. And then policy, where we have an opportunity to go sit at the table and help guide the policies. But at the center of all of this are our employees. And that to me is the key to this depiction, is all of this is delivered by people. And that to me is a really great way of showing how important our team is to this, how important the people on our team are. And you'll get to learn a little bit more about those folks here in a bit. So why don't we jump to the next slide quickly? What I think is interesting about this slide, and it's a little bit of a spaghetti slide, and I will apologize also, we've included a lot of acronyms on here that might not be familiar to everybody on the call, but what I can assure you is that these are the business groups and business units within Microsoft, and we can talk about a few of those if we want to, but to me here, this is just kind of showing that environmental sustainability is this piece, this thread that kind of works through everything that we do. So you'll see in our travel and procurement, obviously there are emissions associated with travel. And so environmental sustainability has to be a piece of that as we think about solutions for like sustainable aviation fuel, something we're both investing in and buying as a company. And then ways that we can eliminate travel in some cases, right? Here we are using Teams. This is obviously with the global pandemic, we've all gotten really used to meeting this way. And there are times when we need to meet in person, but figuring out ways that we can minimize the climate impact that we have is a piece that we look at there. RE&F is our facilities. And so that Silicon Valley facility, or the facilities we have on campus, some of you may have seen, like one of our big showcase items was that we've electrified a walk at our campus, something that had not been done before. And so here we are leading the way of cooking and trying to figure out new ways of solving what otherwise had been a gas stove throughout that time. I mean, is that impact small? Yes, but it could provide an opportunity to electrify more and more cooking opportunities. So they're very focused on maybe small wins in the moment, but big wins. And they're also looking at things like geothermal for our facilities. So facilities obviously a big piece of it. And you can kind of see some of the other big drivers. In here, you'll see like CO&I is our data centers. That's cloud operations and innovation. We sit in SELA, which is our corporate, external, and legal affairs team. So environmental sustainability is part of the legal department. And then you can just see how environmental sustainability is connected up throughout a lot of other business groups. So let's advance one more slide. And Will, how am I doing on time? I tend to talk a lot.
No, we're good. We're good.
All right.
Take your time.
All right.
Yep.
This is kind of my money slide of what our team does. And we've talked a little bit about it, but
You're on
You
mute.
went mute?
Oh, accident mute.
Are we back again? All right. So this is kind of my money slide of what our team does, and you'll hear a lot more from the team themselves on what they do. But I'll give you my sort of overview. So I'm in I'm the chief of staff. We have like an HQ team, a headquarters team that helps kind of hold, the glue that holds the team together. And so we're really in a support role for the teams that are doing the work in these 4 silos. So operations, and that's, you're going to hear from Raphael and Talitha, and they sit in this operations side. This is really the team that is responsible for making sure we meet our goals. So they're doing work on carbon removal. They're doing work on ensuring that we're pushing carbon reductions throughout our business. They're doing work to help engage on renewable energy purchasing, on our water goals, on our waste goals. And Bonnie obviously is or I shouldn't say obviously, but Bonnie's in this group as well to ensure that we have employee engagement and environmental justice working through all of that work that we're doing throughout carbon, water, and waste and ecosystems. And so this really is the team that's responsible for making sure that we continue to have credibility as a company in the environmental space by achieving what we set out to achieve. And so we have until 2030 for most of our goals, 2025 on a couple of them. And that's the team that's responsible there. So it's our biggest team within our group and encompasses a lot of different practice areas, I guess is a way of thinking about it. That's my lawyer brain thinking about practice areas, but that is the operations team. Solutions, probably not a very intuitively named group, but the solutions team is looking at ways we can do a couple of things. One, its showcase is a $1 billion climate innovation fund. So this is our commitment and investment into climate technologies that are early stage development. So we're going out and we're looking at being investors in climate technology. So this is a finance driven, sort of acquisition type group. And so a very interesting piece of our team from an environmental sustainability standpoint, which is, a very finance heavy, numbers driven team over there. The solutions team also engages a lot with our customers and finds ways to work with them, exchange best practices, and learn really ways that we can help our customers thrive, and then also learn from our customers and help us thrive in our own sustainability journey. So operations and solutions are 2 areas where I think we have sort of very clear, I know we don't like to use the term silos, but very, they're kind of siloed in, we have very clear missions and visions on those 2. The next 2 get a little bit more into the drawing across all the work that we do. Science, obviously Trevor on that team, you'll hear from him a little bit more today, but this is an area where we're grounded in science in the work that we do and are science based in the targets that we've made, the commitments that we've made. But I think what's really interesting in having a sustainability science team embedded in with us is that it helps our thinking across everything. It helps our thinking on what operational solutions can we think through. I'm a lawyer, so I can dream up just about anything. And so it's really helpful to have a science team that will help ground us back into reality, into the science, and just really great at helping us frame our work in a way that's truly meaningful and truly impactful across operations, solutions, and policy, quite frankly. And then policy. And so I can talk about who our kind of leaders are in these space. So Lynn Anderson leads our operations team, longtime Microsoft employee and very great operational thinker, heads up that team. Solutions is a guy named Mark Cruz, also a longtime Microsoft employee, and very engaged on customer engagements, particularly, and working through the Climate Innovation Fund. Amy Lewers heads up our science. Dr. Amy Lewers heads up our science team, and then policies headed up by Michelle Patron. So, and we can certainly provide info, Will, on who some of those leaders are across those teams. But policy then is really our opportunity to use the big levers of Microsoft to say, hey, we want to engage with policy leaders. We're obviously a big company and have this opportunity. What I think is great about putting this all together into a policy team, and we just released some policy briefs last week on carbon markets and electricity markets. And if you remember back to my opening slide, electricity being a key background of mine in the energy and utility space. So this is a big moment for me personally, but it sort of highlights the value of working for a company like Microsoft that's going to go out and put its principles out on the table and really be clear and transparent about what we want to do in the policy space. And that transparency thread is something you'll see across everything that we do. And particularly, I think in the operations side, transparency has been a real bellwether of ours as a company to make sure, hey, we want to be very clear about our emissions. We're reporting scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. That's maybe a little bit of sustainability jargon, but basically all of our emissions, as well as the emissions from our value chain and supply chain. We're reporting all of that. And A, that's hard information to collect sometimes. And B, that makes it look like we have a lot of emissions, because that is what we're responsible for. And so we are taking responsibility for all of those emissions. And I do see a hand jump up there, maybe because I was in the jargon talk. But do we want? I'm happy to pause for questions. I should have let everybody know that along the way.
Actually, I'm going to encourage the candidates to
put them
ask
in the
questions
chat. Yeah, that's right.
in the
That's
chat.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. No worries.
So Medina, put your question in the chat and we'll get to it. So finishing up on the policy piece, this is like a really big and interesting opportunity for Microsoft to go out and engage with policymakers and say, hey, here are the principles that we want to see happen. And for example, in the electricity space, it's going and decarbonizing grids across the globe, quite frankly. This is where we have this global reach. And when we look at our supply chain and the opportunities that we have to reduce emissions there, going to governments in places like China or India and trying to work with them to decarbonize their grids are huge opportunities for us. It's still huge opportunities for us in places like the United States, and we just saw legislation passed that's going to help with that. But this, I think, is such an interesting space and a place where we have big opportunities. So those are kind of the four pillars of our team. And I think, do we have one more slide? Here's probably the true money slide for me on this. From a recruiting perspective, we are in a hiring phase on our team, trying to build up the sustainability talent and the skills that we need to achieve across all four of those pillars. I will say the best starting place for everybody is this link that we've put in the deck, and we might want to copy it and just put it in the chat. That will lead you to a spot where business groups that have identified sustainability as being a key piece of their job will post there. So all of our jobs get posted there, but so do sustainability jobs or sustainability related jobs across Microsoft. And this, I think, is one of the great things, and Bonnie's very involved in this in our own employee engagement, is we're seeing sustainability become part of jobs across Microsoft. It has to. It's awesome. It's amazing. And so having that sustainability, that link gets you to all of those sustainability jobs. So if you're studying environmental sciences, and quite frankly, if you're almost studying anything, there will be some connection somewhere in Microsoft in a role that will have sustainability as part of that role, and that will increase over time. So we are currently interviewing for several roles, including Director of Sustainability Impact. This is largely sort of a accumulation and writing job. This is our sustainability report gets compiled by our team every year. That is that opportunity for us to be very transparent about what we are doing. As far as that transparency and a little bit of humility goes, in our last report, we actually did report that our emissions had gone up year over year. And this, presenting a big challenge for us of having growth in the company as well as reduction in our emissions. And those are the challenges that our team and a lot of the folks who hear from later are taking on directly, but it has to drive throughout the entire company. This particular role is focused on compiling that information and building that narrative so that we are continuing to be as transparent as we can. We have an operations manager. This is on my team for finance. It really is kind of an internal role, very focused on the finance of our team and making sure we are operating within our budgetary constraints. But that will come into our role. So again, it's one that's on our team, but a little bit more focused on broader finance. And then Climate Innovation Fund operations. So this is the team that is focused on finance and investment into early stage companies, and a huge opportunity for us to get into the ground level of climate tech. We are expecting 5 additional recruitments yet in calendar year 2020. We're on a weird fiscal year, so we go July to June on our fiscal year, but additional recruitments in calendar year 2020 and several more in 2023. So keep an eye on that first link, and obviously feel free to reach out if there are questions on our team and what we're hiring. So Will, I hope I've left a little bit of time. I talked a long time, I think, and maybe there's some questions in the chat. I've been following that as I've been talking, but maybe we go there. And, well, you tell me what we're doing. Well,
no, thanks, Brian. I really appreciate you taking the time out to give us that intro and some background on the team and what the team does and what the team is responsible for. So for the sake of time, I'm going to invite our candidates to ask questions that they might have for you, Brian, in the chat. And then if you have time, maybe you can hang around and answer some of those questions.
I will. I cleared up my schedule, Will, so that I could stick around so we can make sure we get hopefully all of our questions, but most of our questions answered. And yeah, thanks a lot again for the opportunity to provide that overview. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from the panel discussion myself. So thank you.
Awesome. And since you'll be around, I'll be sure to include you in the panel discussion as well. So I'll bring you back on.
Very good.
Okay, so so to our candidates, if you have questions for Brian as a chief of staff on the team, the environmental sustainability team, please drop those questions in the chat, and we can interactively get some of those questions answered. And then I'll be looking for your questions in the chat as well to ask during our panel discussion. But let me go ahead and introduce our panelists, starting with Bonnie Lay, who is head of environmental justice, employee engagement, and ecosystems. So Bonnie, if you're ready.
Absolutely. Hi there, everyone. So good to meet all of you virtually. My name is Bonnie, and I've been now working at Microsoft for about 5 years. But if you're looking at my previous roles, that definitely was not what I thought I would grow up to do. I started out being really interested in the natural environment, and specifically in learning more about our biodiversity and the different species, in particular animal species, that are living in some of the most endangered ecosystems around the world. And so that's what I got my bachelor's degree in. It was a mix of different forms of biology, including zoology and botany, and broader environmental sciences. And then I went to work in that field. I was a conservation working in conservation biology in different areas around the globe, including working with endangered African penguins in South Africa, as well as shark and ray species in Myanmar in Southeast Asia. And from those experiences, got really interested in thinking through what are ways that we could think about some transformative innovations that could be applied in the conservation space, very much working at the Wildlife Conservation Society and as well as in academic research. It was clear sort of doing business as usual or the same things is not going to allow for us to get to solutions quickly enough before species are going extinct. And so that got me really interested in thinking through some of these interdisciplinary approaches. So not just sort of being in the science and academic world that I previously was in. So I went back to school, got a master's degree in global affairs with a focus on environmental issues. And then I came here to work at Microsoft, first to work on the AI for Earth team. So specifically, this is a program that looks at how we could apply AI and machine learning technology at cloud scale to environmental challenges. And in my partnerships role, I was doing a lot of interfacing with the scientific, nonprofit, startup communities who are working in the environmental space and thinking through how we could sort of best bridge those environmental needs and innovators in those spaces with the resources that are available at Microsoft and where can we work together on developing those innovations. And about a year ago, I switched over to my new role to lead our environmental justice strategy, employee engagement on sustainability, as well as our ecosystems commitment to protect more land than we use. And so sort of a grab bag of a couple of different topic areas, but all pieces that are really near and dear to my heart. And I think a really good indication of how, even though I'm still working at the same company, I was able to evolve and think about, if my interests are growing in this way, how could I actually move into a role that will allow for me to continue to grow as well? And so what I do today now is I think about how it is that we could, the commitments that Brian just described, the sustainability commitments, how do we make sure we center people and justice in the way that we're going to achieve progress on those commitments? How do we get all 180,000 employees across Microsoft educated on, excited on, and contributing to our sustainability work? And then finally, thinking through our protection of ecosystems piece as well. So again, really excited to be here with all of you and to talk about the types of opportunities you could have at Microsoft. I never thought that I would see myself here, and here I am. So feel free to pop additional questions in the chat, and I'm really excited to chat with you further.
So Bonnie, I'm going to ask a couple of
Go for
questions,
it.
if that's okay. Where are you
Sure.
from originally?
Yeah, so I grew up in the LA area, a combination of growing up in the LA area and in Wuhan, China, where my family is originally from.
And then what location do you work out of currently?
Yeah, so I'm based out of the big Microsoft mothership in Redmond, Washington, outside of Seattle.
Awesome. And my favorite question that I'll ask all of our panelists, and that is, what is it that you like most about working for Microsoft?
Oh, great question. I think honestly, the team here is really, really great. I think I had some reservations at the beginning because I had come from working in the nonprofit space, in sort of startup spaces, and so things that definitely didn't necessarily feel really corporate. I was doing lots of like field work, running around in the jungle and along the coast. And I thought there was a part of me that wondered whether or not I would fit in like a large tech company like Microsoft. And I think that one of the reasons I've stayed as long as I have is that this team is really, really special. This is full of, and you'll hear from more of the team members as well, lots of folks who came from really different backgrounds and are bringing in really interesting perspectives and skill sets. But the commonality is this passion for the work, and a dedication to working together jointly on this team as well. As we're working on environmental challenges, it requires teamwork, it requires collaboration to be able to work on these big issues. And I think this team is one that I'm excited to wake up every morning and get to chat with these members.
Awesome. I think that's a common thread that I hear as an answer to that question is the people, there at Microsoft. So, hey, thank you for being one of our panelists. Of course, I'll bring you back to join us for the panel discussion. But with that, if you have questions to our candidates, if you have questions specifically for Bonnie as head of environmental justice, employee engagement, and ecosystems, please drop those questions in the chat. And then Bonnie, I'll ask that you keep an eye on the chat for any questions you might be able to answer. All righty. So with that, let me introduce our next panelist, who is Raphael Bros, Senior PM, Carbon Removal. So Raphael, if you're ready.
Absolutely. Thanks, Will. Thanks for having me. It's a great event. It's a pleasure to be here. So I came to Microsoft about a year ago. I started out my career actually for college, and then my first jobs in DC were really in the foreign policy establishment. A little bit like Bonnie, I pivoted. I was working in foreign policy, and I saw that everything that I was working on, that all my colleagues were working on, was going to get more extreme and amplified and awful in the cases of runaway climate change. So I pivoted. I grew up in Seattle, so I came back out west and networked and landed a job at a family foundation here. I happened in that time to be looking at carbon removal about a year before Microsoft made its big announcement on removal, and then I was lucky enough to, attend the right events and meet the right folks and move over. I've been working with Microsoft for 2 years. I've been on staff for a year here, and I would say, I've seen some questions in the chat about why Microsoft sustainability over anybody else's big sustainability programs. And one of the things that's really struck me is the degree to which Microsoft time and again walks the walk and puts its money where its mouth is on sustainability challenges. I think our honesty and transparency about the way that Scope 3 emissions went up last year. I think speaking for my own program, the rigor with which we're trying to tackle removals as an idea and as a systems challenge. When I bring big, hairy problems to my leadership here, they don't shy away from them, and they don't generally lean into the logical sort of principles-based approach to resolving those. So I've found Microsoft a super place to work, and I'm really glad to be here telling more folks about that.
So if I may, I'd like to ask you a follow-up question that I think folks will find interesting based on your role as a senior PM on the carbon removal team. Mm-hmm. And that is, what is a day in the life like for you as a senior PM on the carbon removal team? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Well, maybe I'll take a minute to talk about what carbon removal is, because it may not be a everyday topic for a lot of folks. In 2019, the UN panel on climate change put out a report about limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. And what that report pointed out for really the first time in a very public, very well identified way is that if we're going to limit runaway climate change this century, we're going to need to aggressively take CO2 out of the atmosphere at a certain point. And so Microsoft, we can think of this, Microsoft has a carbon footprint. We're emitting greenhouse gases on a year-to-year basis. We're doing a lot of work, and Talitha is heavily involved in that work in drawing down those emissions. And at a certain point, we're going to have removals that come out and negate what emissions remain. And that's the heart of our goal to be carbon negative by 2030. So a day in the life would look a lot like, there's a lot of novel ideas out there from a technical perspective about how to take CO2 out of the atmosphere. And so I'm doing a lot of reviewing incoming proposals across technology types and across nature-based solutions from product developers and entrepreneurs who think that they can do this in a better, faster way. And in addition to reviewing those, we're also taking them into contract, right? We're trying to take really mature contracting models that help get renewable energy projects built and apply those to removals. So we're diving in deep with product developers and figuring out the way that Microsoft can get the removals it wants, they can get their project built, and that we can appropriately balance risk between the two sides. Sorry, Will, you may be on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, Raphael. So I'm saying some really good questions in the chat, and some of them are actually directed to like Bonnie and Raphael and Brian so far. So Raphael, I'm going to thank you for being one of our panelists, and I'm going to invite our candidates to drop questions in the chat if they're specifically for you. And if you could just keep an eye on the chat for any questions you might be able to answer. And I saw at least one for you already that looked like a pretty good question. So to our candidates, thanks for your interactivity and your questions. Keep them coming. I think one of the main points of us doing these events in a live and virtual setting is so that you can interact and engage and ask questions. But Raphael, I'll bring you back a little bit later for our overall panel discussion. Thanks, Raphael.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay. So if you have questions, like I said, drop them in the chat for the team that is not presenting to answer. But with that, let me go ahead and introduce our next panelist, who is Steffi Muhanji, Renewable Energy Program Manager. So Steffi, if you're ready.
Hi, I am
Greetings.
Steph. Can you hear me properly? Yeah.
Yep.
So Steffi, I am from Kenya, and I work on the renewable energy team. Before that, I just finished up my PhD last year on systems and computational engineering, and my focus was in the energy space, specifically looking at how to integrate all kinds of renewable energy into electricity markets. And so looking at how to best design those markets in a way that allows these resources to be taken up and to be used up. And then also at the community level, how can we change the way we build electricity for consumers and work around also how to integrate the electricity grid with interdependent infrastructure such as the water supply system and things and wastewater treatment systems. I joined Microsoft and I've been here for about 15 months. I work directly with the renewable energy team. Our job is specifically going out there, signing renewable energy deals that will help us meet our 2025 goal of getting 100% renewables. And my role my day-to-day role is really taking up that data from the contracts that we've signed and committed to, and looking at how we're tracking towards meeting that goal for 100% by 2025. And so really balancing between the load and the electricity we procured and seeing how we need to fill those gaps to get to 100%. Another key component of my job is looking at electricity markets, which are very volatile and are currently very wild given the war in Ukraine and supply chain challenges and things like that. And so really thinking about how this is impacting Microsoft and how can we adjust some of the work we're doing to be able to be more informed about the problem and anticipate some of those issues before they become a problem. So yeah, what do I like most about working at Microsoft? I know it's going to sound very cliche, but it is the people. It is Microsoft is truly a global community of people that really driven, and especially in the sustainability space, it's really great to see folks that just really want to get this right. And so one of the things I've worked on well at Microsoft is environmental justice and thinking about how our work is impacting the communities where we are located, and it's really amazing to see that work and to kind of think more broadly about both the intended and unintended consequences of sustainability, as well as recognizing that people are at the center of sustainability, and whatever work we do, we have to make sure that we are balancing that. Yeah, that's me in a nutshell, and I'm
Quick,
happy to be
quick,
here.
quick follow-up question. You may have mentioned it, but where are you from originally?
Kenya.
From Kenya.
Yeah.
And then how did you get your foot in the door at Microsoft on the environmental sustainability team?
LinkedIn.
Okay.
I
Okay.
knew a friend from Kenya that I came, like, we were in the same program, and she introduced me to my current manager at Microsoft, and so I applied for a role that was open, and it turned out to be quite a great fit.
Awesome. I'm sure our candidates are going to have some interesting questions that you'll probably be able to answer for us during the panel discussion. So Steffi, let me thank you for being one of our panelists, and to our candidates, if you have questions specifically for Steffi as a renewable energy program manager on the team, please drop those questions in the chat, and then we'll also answer some of them during our live Q&A. So thanks, Steffi. All right, let me introduce our next panelist, who is Talitha Holler, Carbon Reduction Program Manager on the team. So Talitha, if you're ready.
Hi there. Thanks, Will, for the introduction. So as Will mentioned, I'm a Carbon Reduction Program Manager. So I'm like the other side to Raphael's work, is I'm working on our goals to reduce our emissions, and then Raphael's group works on our goals to remove those remaining emissions from the atmosphere. So I'll give a little bit more information about that work and then go a bit through my background. So when we think about carbon reduction, there's a lot of different ways to reduce emissions. Microsoft has done a great job of reducing its own operational footprint. What my goal is in my program is we're working on reducing emissions in our value chain. So our upstream supply chain and our downstream emissions. A lot of those are related to the use of our products. So if you're using a Microsoft Surface computer or you have an Xbox at home, those are emissions related to the use of the items that we sell. And then upstream supply chain emissions, there's all types of emissions, from the manufacture of these computers to the logistics on how we get them to stores. There are 15, 16 categories, broadly speaking, of indirect emissions. And my role is mostly focused on electricity emissions. So I work a lot with Steffi's manager, and she's lovely. And so I'm working with our renewables team on how we find creative ways to procure renewable energy and essentially reduce our downstream emissions or our upstream emissions. So that's just a quick overview of my role. My background, I went to business school. So you probably noticed a theme already through talking to a lot of us, is that we have varied backgrounds. We have diverse backgrounds when it comes to our professional experiences. And I like to highlight that because a lot of people seem to think that we just look for, an environmental science background or people that have worked on environmental projects. That's not necessarily the case, especially nowadays. So many people can use different skill sets and apply them to sustainability work. And there's a lot of demand for that now, to be thinking about creative ways to use your skills in the sustainability world. So there used to not be a lot of demand for that. And probably a bunch of us on the call have gotten used to like pitching what we can offer and like skills to people. But now there's a lot more demand than there is supply. So hopefully you'll find some creative ways to apply your skills in this space as well. So I went to business school. I have an undergraduate degree in accounting, in business. I have a master's degree in accounting. I'm an inactive CPA. And I went right after college into working on environmental projects in the carbon market. So closer to the work that Raphael does now, except I was a supplier of those products. And I used to develop carbon offset projects. So worked on environmental projects in Brazil, worked on environmental projects in the Congo. And when that field wasn't doing so well, I took my CPA and I went corporate. So I have varied experience, but it's pretty much a result of like a survival mechanism, not really intentional. But now when you look back, it's kind of a patchwork that provides a lot of value.
Awesome. And so let me ask a follow-up question, if I may. What is it that you like most about working for Microsoft or the environmental sustainability team?
Oh yeah, good point. Others have mentioned this already, but I would say, honestly, the people. We have a lot of interesting people at Microsoft. The sustainability team in particular, I think is unique in that a lot of us are driven by like a higher mission and not necessarily trying to do things for our own personal gain. And I don't mean to characterize the rest of Microsoft that way, but I do think it's unique in the tech world to find people that are really focused on like a higher mission and a higher outcome outside of themselves. I also really like Microsoft's focus on people management. I've worked at, not a ton of companies and only one other big corporation, but I do feel like the focus on people management here, I feel like it's taken a bit more seriously than other companies. So I really appreciate that.
Awesome. So Talitha, thank you for being one of our panelists. To our candidates, if you have questions specifically for Talitha as a carbon reduction program manager on the team, feel free to drop those questions in the chat, and then I'll ask Talitha if you can keep an eye on the chat for any questions you might be able to answer. And then we'll bring you back for our panel discussion. So thanks, Talitha.
Thanks, Will.
And yes, ma'am. So our next panelist is Trevor Ju, who is Asia Lead Sustainability Science, and he's working to be the MVP of the chat. So thanks, Trevor, for answering so many questions in the chat. And if you're ready, you can do the intro.
Yeah, thanks, Will. And thank you again to everyone for coming along. I'm exhausted from trying to keep up with the chat, but keep the questions coming. So I guess a couple of points for me. I was trying to think, Talitha actually made a bunch of the points that I would make as well around bringing the skills you've got to jobs that you might not automatically think are a direct fit. And I'll kind of talk about my first job out of uni and then the role at Microsoft to give that kind of flavor. So I have a PhD in geophysics. It was focused almost entirely on finding stuff to dig out of the ground. So not very environmentally sustainable, to be frank. And I did not like it. I didn't enjoy it at all. So I actually applied for a job within Geoscience Australia, which is the Australian government, looking for modelling earthquake hazards, doing nuclear monitoring, so basically trying to detect nuclear blasts. And I did that entirely for two reasons. One, because I was looking for a chance to do something with a bit more impact, where you had a chance to kind of do something for good, if you like. And secondly, it felt like something vastly more interesting than what I was doing. And what I learned from that example was that actually I could bring the kind of things I was good at, which was maths and physics and an ability to understand the earth, and apply it to something very, very different. And to be frank, that's probably what I've done for the next 20 years within the Australian government, whether that be working on building platforms for environmental monitoring, whether it's working on disaster reduction in Indonesia. But it was that ability to kind of go, well, I've got skills in, frankly, maths, physics, understanding the earth, and then looking for different problems to apply them to. So blah, 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 20 years with government, and then frankly saw a job with Microsoft that I had no idea could even exist. So to be really honest, I wasn't particularly looking for the job. A colleague posted something on Twitter that I happened to stumble across. And after I got over the moment of, oh, Microsoft does things like that, spoke to the person who was now my boss to try and understand what the job was and that I hadn't imagined it, and put in an application, and here I am. And the thing, I guess, that drew me to leave government, where I was pretty comfortable, to be frank, to my first job within corporate, was the scale of ambition. So the two things I would say about moving to Microsoft, one was the scale of ambition is unlike anything. We thought fairly big within Australian government. You know, we built Digital Earth Australia. Microsoft is building the equivalent for the world. It's building a planetary computer. You know, we look at some environmental problems at the scale of states and certain ecosystems in Australia. Microsoft's trying to build infrastructure to enable that for everybody. And I think the chance to be part of something like that has been extraordinary. And I think the second thing I'd say about it was that, you know, if you're asking, well, I'm going to jump ahead of the question you've asked everyone so far. One of the things I love is that the actions match the rhetoric when it comes to sustainability. But there was a fear for me moving from government to a big multinational company like Microsoft that we would have a very, very good tagline and not actually back it up with substantive action. And what I actually found was the exact reverse. In fact, Microsoft's efforts and actions to meet its rhetoric and its ambition are even beyond what we articulate publicly. So it's a fabulous, driven place to work and an opportunity to have impact, almost unlike anything I could have imagined before I joined. So I'll conscious we're a bit short on time too, so I'll park it there, Will.
Awesome. But Trevor, let me ask one follow-up question that I think I'll get ahead of the curve. And that question is related to what location do you work from? And if you can give your insight on what it's like to work from wherever you work from.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm one of, I guess we've got about 7 people in the team at the moment who aren't based in Seattle. So I'm actually based in Canberra, Australia. I am the sole team member in the Southern Hemisphere. And again, like really surprised at how well Microsoft deals with that. We're not perfect like every company. You know, COVID kind of threw us for a bit of a spin. But actually what I have found, so I work fully remotely. I work from a home office. And it's fabulous. I'm able to connect with the team really well. I'm able to engage things like Teams when people aren't muting Brian, like we were obviously doing at the start to prank him a bit, work really, really well to allow you to build that engagement. We don't do it for all our jobs. I do miss some of the in-person activities, but I'm able to be a really, well, I like to think, a really productive part of the team and feel like part of the team, even though I'm working remotely. And it's something Microsoft's really open and flexible to working around. I will say the one challenge from Australia is the early mornings. It's a pretty early start to make the time zone to work.
Well, Trevor, let me thank you for being one of our panelists, and to the other panelists on the team and the Microsoft presenters. If you all would like to turn on your camera so we can start our panel discussion, what I'm going to do, so I have some questions that I've prepared to ask to the environmental sustainability team that's with us today, but to our candidates, if you have questions that you would like for me to ask on your behalf, please drop those questions in the chat, and then I'll do my best to ask your questions with priority over those that I have prepared. So if you would go ahead and prepare to ask your questions in the chat, and like I said, I'll read them off to the team and try to get everyone on the sustainability team involved. So let me go ahead and add folks to the spotlight quickly. And then what I'll do while I'm doing that is I'll kick off the first question let's pose this one to Raphael. So I noticed that there are quite a few program managers on the team, and I know for sure we have quite a few folks or candidates that are with us that are program managers as well. So any advice you can offer candidates on interviewing for program management positions on the team? And I'll kick this one off to Raphael, but anyone else on the team that wants to chime in after.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good question. I think in the first case, Microsoft tends to sort of give a lot of folks a PM title. It's a bit of an HR thing here, and that is a core part of the job. Is certainly my job is I don't want to use the words program managing over and over here. Let me try and work on my thesaurus. Is steering an enterprise within the organization on a day-to-day basis. Listen, in terms of interviewing for those kinds of roles, especially in the sustainability areas, which are, I think a lot of these are really, really nascent. Certainly removals is. One of the strongest things that a candidate can do is to really, wallow in the information, like do a lot of reading, get smart on it to the level that a layperson can, and then come in and just, be honest about your observations. Be honest with your observations of what isn't going well, what could be going better, the things that haven't been thought of yet. Because we're still in the early days of a lot of these disciplines, and the folks who have been doing it so far are on average no smarter or less intelligent than the rest of the folks on this call, right? The future hasn't been built by superhumans. So come on in and just give us your best thoughts.
Did anyone else want to add on to that before I go to the next question?
I think that's a great, I thought that was a great answer, Raphael, and wanted to add just to what I had talked about for myself and then what Trevor talked about is like, this is where your other skill sets and knowledge sets come into play in like providing value. It's like having another perspective on things. Like Raphael and I both work with, for example, like a bunch of people in our procurement group, and that's a skill set that we need, even if it's not the hardcore like environmental background, subject matter expertise, we still need those people, and their expertise then needs to be applied to the work that we specifically do. So they need to develop some of this expertise as well. So that's just, one example of other teams that we work with. But having those other skill sets helps us think bigger about how to manage our own programs.
Thanks, Talitha. Thank you. Okay, so I'm seeing some really good questions in the chat already, and I've actually taken some notes on some earlier questions as well. So I'm going to circle back to an earlier question that I saw related to individual challenges that you have, encountered while doing your day-to-day jobs working on some of the sustainability initiatives. So this one was from Giovanni, and it is, are you aware of any of the challenges people have encountered while working on a sustainability project within the team and steps that you took to overcome it? So I'll default this one to Bonnie or Steffi to kick us off. Challenges that you've encountered.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one of the challenges that I had especially when I first started working at Microsoft, was recognizing that so much of this work is really collaborative, and Microsoft is quite a large company, and so one of the first things that I needed to try to figure out how to do was to be able to bring in the right teams from across the company, and to get them, and they're all sort of, like at varying stages of understanding the specific sustainability topic that you want to work on. They all sort of have some of the different cultures on each of the different teams. And so there was a lot of that first sort of bit of a challenge was less of sort of like trying to figure out how do I do the sustainability project, but more of how do I bring in others from around the company? How do I get them motivated? How do I get them involved? And so they feel like they have buy-in. And I think that's when it was so important to do that first, because that's really how your projects could really scale and have more impact, is when you get that broader buy-in from other parts. So that was definitely a piece that, especially as someone who is new and not knowing how parts of Microsoft work, was one of the first challenges I had to work through.
Excellent, excellent. So let me throw this next one to Steffi, and I'm sure other folks may have insight to chime in on as well. But I saw this question in the chat, and it is related to the culture at Microsoft. So how would you describe the culture there at Microsoft in brief? The question was in 3 words, but I won't make it that challenging. But Steffi, how would you describe the culture there working at Microsoft?
I think 3 words. Okay. Open, collaborative, and one of the big questions or things I was told when I was starting out was ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions, and you can reach out to anybody. And that was very true. And I felt like I could always reach out to people when I was stuck. And so I found it to be very easy to navigate in the sense that there's people that are really willing to help you and want to see you succeed. And also just a lot of people that are also looking to make a difference and build a safe space for all the people to thrive and actually just focus on the work that we're doing and energy and sustainability. So yeah, a lot of collaboration, a lot of openness, a lot of support, both within my team and other teams that I had to work with. Like Bonnie mentioned, there's a lot of teams that you don't necessarily work directly with, but you really need them to get the functions. And so you get to interact with those teams and you learn something from them and they can teach them about sustainability. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So I'm going to throw this next question to Brian. So Brian, basic question, but I think it's good for context for everyone on the call. And that is, how large is the sustainability team now? And what is the projected growth of the team looking like in the near future?
It's an awesome question. I did put a little bit in this chat, and something that I fear I missed at the beginning is I think it's amazing having come from the outside to come into Microsoft, and this is a bit of the culture, is the amount of empowerment there is for each individual person to just run with their job is crazy. And that gets like really told in the fact that we are in charge of this team is the environmental sustainability team for Microsoft, a nearly $2 trillion company, depending on the day. We have 30 people on our team. So each and every one of them has to be a like we talk about it in the sense of we use the term growth mindset. That's really like everybody has to lean into their job. And then like, as you've just heard on the culture side, and also that idea you have for impact, like you lean in on that too. And everybody's like, bring those ideas because we need all of this stuff to be successful. So we're not a very big team. We're, 30-ish strong. We are growing, and you'll continue to see the job postings on that link that I did put in the chat as well. And we have growth projections up into the, I don't want to get into like the nitty gritties of it because, all of this is somewhat subject to change as we grow and we get people into places, but we are planning to grow into we're adding about, 10 to 15 jobs over the course of the next year or 2 years. So that's big growth for us, right? From a percentage basis, that's pretty big. And within Microsoft, that's obviously, I think, very telling of the commitment that Microsoft is making to this issue. The fact that we're 30 persons, that's not like that. That's Microsoft culture. We do not have huge teams devoted to everything that we do, but we have great people devoted to those things, and that's what we try and attract. So hopefully, I realized that was like a very like practical question of how big is it and how big is it going to be. I've sort of interspersed that into what I think is a really important piece of the culture of our team and of Microsoft.
Awesome. Thank you, Brian. Okay, so keep the questions coming in the chat. I do have a few of them queued up that I want to ask, and I'm going to circle this one back to Trevor. So Trevor, this is a basic question about working remotely and what that has been like for you as far as, team cohesion and what it's like to work on a daily basis being remote with the sustainability team.
Yeah, look, it's a great question. I tried to put a few points in chat. I think, so one thing I will say, there has been virtually zero silver linings out of COVID, but I joined in the middle of a pandemic when everyone was working remotely. And to be honest, for me, I think that made the process a lot easier because everybody understood, oh, hey, this doesn't work just out of the box. And so what I've found in my experience, which has been about 18 months, is that everybody recognizes actually getting that cohesion takes effort. It takes deliberate, consistent effort. And, we're not perfect at it. We'll all, Brian will occasionally schedule me for something 3 a.m. We all make mistakes. I'll do the same to him in fairness. So it's pretty much a quid pro quo. but it takes deliberate, consistent effort. It takes being willing to speak up if you think something's not building that cohesion, and looking for those opportunities that aren't just about work in every conversation, right? We all did it through the pandemic where every phone call was like, we're on, we've got 30 minutes, do the job, get off the job. We try to make space for those things that build cohesion as well, and recognize that's part of the job. That's not actually a side thing you just do afterwards. That's actually part of the job as well. Other than that, it's great. I mean, you're meeting the people now. They're welcoming, they're engaging, and fun, to be honest. It does mean the future if we come to Seattle is pretty good too. We get a chance to meet people and go through oh, you're taller than I thought you were. Bonnie's huge. She's like 7 foot tall.
Nice. Thank you, Trevor. Okay, so another question I thought was interesting that I saw in the chat. I think it's related to the slide going back to the elements of Microsoft sustainability. I believe it was in that second bubble of solutions. And I saw a couple of questions related to the technologies that the sustainability team is looking at using to tackle sustainability challenges. And there were a couple of specific technologies that were mentioned, but I think I'll circle this one back to Brian, or if there are other members of the team that are working on solutions related to applying technology to meeting the tasks of or the goals of the sustainability team. But can you speak to some of the technologies you all are looking at deploying or leveraging to meet some of the goals of the sustainability team?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, just in the sense of we can look at it from like technology that's needed for us to meet our goals. And then I think you can look at that also from technologies that we see, not only that will help us, but will help the world meet their goals. And that's kind of where we turn into the investment. But quite frankly, the Venn diagram of those two things is pretty large. So one piece that I think is really important when we're starting from the baseline, and Raphael had a couple notes on this in the chat, is just making sure we know what it is we're solving for. You know, the old adage of you can't manage what you can't measure is something that gets talked about a lot in our hallways and our conversations and our chats at 3 a.m. with Trevor. And so building technology from what we call the Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability, that's something that was sort of incubated in our group, and now it has its own product line. So that's another piece of our team that I think is really interesting and dynamic, is there's things that we do that then become parts of other elements of Microsoft. And so here's this product now out there that we're going to use to measure our own emissions, and that the world is going to use hopefully to measure their emissions as well. And so like that's a piece of technology that we're developing. That's great. But to me, it gets really interesting, and Raphael can speak to a lot of this, is then let's turn to different things that we can look at from an investment perspective, and then what we're actually buying. Carbon removal being, you know, a big piece of what we're doing. It's a big part of our commitments. You know, sort of the reduction piece is, you know, a lot of technology that we're driving there. And the reduction side or removal side, that's like this new nascent space. He's worked a ton with carbon removal companies. I'm maybe just letting him speak to that. When I think about what we're doing on the innovation side from an investment perspective, it spans so many spaces. And I'll put something in the chat that'll give people a little bit of an indication of what we're doing from an investment side. But every time we have a climate innovation fund meeting, I'm always like blown away by there's somebody that's looking at something in a new and different way and looking for investors into that. Like how we use the grid that we have more efficiently, people going and putting technology on that allows us to use like, right, transmission lines and distribution lines more efficiently. Ways that we can, I'm trying to, like I'm blanking on a lot of other technologies there, but like that's the kind of stuff that as we just think through and have a day in the life of our team, there's some of that. So let me pass it over, if you don't mind, Will. I'm going to play MC here for a minute and have Raphael talk about some of the work that we're doing in investing on direct air capture, particularly. I think is one of those pieces where we're at the front edge on the carbon removal side. But Raphael, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. I'll just give 30 seconds here because I know we're close to time. On the removal side, it's a nascent technical field in general. There are lots of good folks doing things like planting new forests and integrating agroforestry systems in tropical cultivated agriculture. And on the other side of it, there's the high technology like direct air capture, which takes CO2 out of atmosphere. As our old Chief Environmental Officer Lucas Joppa used to say, 415 parts per million is way too much for the climate and really inconvenient to take out. And so those are the folks who are blazing really interesting technical trails, trying to accomplish the hard yards. Back to you.
Excellent. So, yep. So thanks, Raphael, and thanks, Brian. So what I like to do to kind of close things out before we go to, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to bring up the next step slide, but what I like to do is just do a quick round robin, rapid fire. Let's get down to the basics. What each of you would recommend to our candidates if someone were to sit down, at a coffee table with you and ask you, I'm interested in joining the environmental sustainability team. What advice would you give me? So let's go round robin and just any words of advice or encouragement for the candidates that want to join Microsoft or the environmental sustainability team. What would you tell the candidates? So Trevor, let's start with you.
So two things. I reckon one of them I'm stealing from Talitha. One is use your imagination on how your skills can apply to a job you're interested in. It's not always crystal clear from the job description, but it's there. And I think just looking at chat, all of those skills we're going to need. The second one is don't be afraid to ask for help. Must be when I applied for the job here, I cold called a couple of people at Microsoft to understand the company. And in my experience, everyone is incredibly generous with their time.
Awesome. Talitha.
Sure. Yeah, Trevor, I definitely agree with Trevor. I like to give people the advice of like, you need to get started somewhere. So let's say you have like nothing on your resume and you have no background in environmental sustainability. The first steps I would say are there's a ton of ways to educate yourself online. Not only like classes and courses, but certifications. So like get something on your resume that shows you're willing to like put in the time and effort, even if you don't have like that opportunity in your day job. But I would say otherwise, like find ways to help out at whatever your role is, whether you're a student right now at a university and you're not studying it, you can take on other things. That's what I did. I studied business, but I got very tied into the environmental community in my grad program. And then I also helped start the employee community here at Microsoft when I wasn't working on sustainability on my day job. So find ways to show that you're willing to like put in the time and effort to work in this space. It goes a long way because a lot of people reach out to us for advice or networking. And some people have like nothing on their background. And some people I hear from many times and some people I never hear from again. And so if you're trying to reach out to someone and you want their time for help and support, I think it's a great way, just getting something or anything that shows you're willing to put your time and effort into it is a great way to signal to someone you might be trying to network with that like this time will be well spent. So those are some tips, and you can find all sorts of free stuff online.
Excellent. Thanks, Talitha. So Steffi, what would be your advice for candidates?
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I think keeping an open mind, you have something to bring to the table. So don't shy from a role just based on the description. It's better to reach out and figure out if there are ways you can apply yourself. YouTube is a great resource to kind of just understand all things sustainability if you want to start somewhere. And then before you delve into like research papers or anything. But at the end of the day, I think making connections, reaching out to people, connecting with people on LinkedIn as much as possible. You don't know which one of those people is gonna end up getting you the foot into the door or something like that. And finally, I would say, if you don't know something, it's okay to admit you don't know. And it's easier for people to support you in that way than to pretend you do. And then it kind of shuts you out from an important opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you, Steffi. Bonnie, what would be your advice for our candidates?
Yeah. Okay, great. I'm off mute. Yeah, I think seconding what the other team members have said, I also sort of was really scrappy, having had no sort of business working experience, and I was sort of interested. So I found sort of any excuse to try to get closer when I was still in grad school. So for those of you who are still students, I ended up crafting my thesis. So it was on corporate sustainability. So I had an excuse to interview more people who are in the area, hoping to get connections. Even though there was no sort of job opportunity at Microsoft when I was first starting out, I started working here as a vendor or a contractor, not as a full-time employee. So again, that I could start to get to know the team more, get to know the work a little bit more. And I think that was really helpful for me to actually get the job, because I already had a chance to meet some of the people. And so definitely the more that you could do to start to get to know the team, to start doing projects that are in related areas, the easier it will be to sort of get in the door when the time comes.
Scrappy. I like it. Thanks, Bonnie. Raphael, what advice would you offer?
I will. I would echo what a lot of folks have said and just make the call, set up the coffee. I certainly I borrowed a lot of people's time when I was moving into this space, and I'm happy to pay it forward. I try and do a call a week, although this week, this call definitely counts. And then the second thing is, if you like me are coming from a different field, then I would say look at sustainability and look at a frontier that is really interesting to you and dive into that, because you might be among the first 100 people to really learn it deeply, and that's going to put you a yard ahead when those careers inevitably come around.
Awesome advice. Thank you. And Brian, I'll give you the last word.
Ooh.
Any advice?
Well, it's easy just to agree with everybody as a last word, because that is really good advice. I think all of us had I actually used to be a lawyer against Microsoft, and what a hard way to get your foot in the door and have to be really scrappy to build the relationships with the people that were on the other side of the aisle when I came in here. But I think, to me, and it goes back to, this a lot of what everybody said, keep an open mind. Trevor, I think his point about a job description doesn't necessarily encompass everything that role is going to do. But I come back to our tenet of growth mindset. If you focus on that with any contact that you have, where you're saying, hey, look, I've learned these things, I realize that puts me on a trajectory to learn even more things. I want to come in and be part of the solution, whatever that is. Like, I think the biggest off-putting pieces or off-putting conversations I have with people is where they're coming and saying, hey, I figured this out for you. Here's what, and here's the plan that I've come up with. I think that is really scrappy, but it's also like, you don't know what you don't know about the other side of this aisle and what's going on over here. I think it's much more important to show, like, hey, here's what I've learned and here's how I've gone about doing that. I want more of the how than I do the thing. And so, like, show us that you are, scrappy, not in the sense of like, oh, I've come up with the 3-point plan to revamp Microsoft's sustainability journey. I've really thought about this deeply, but all I know is that's given me the opportunity to think about something else really deeply too. That, to me, is what's really cool about this place. And when you meet the people that embody that, you never forget them. So
Awesome. Thank you, Brian. And thanks to all of our panelists at Microsoft. What I want to do now is actually talk about next steps. So number one, of course, make sure we have your latest resume, because we are going to share all of the resumes from our candidates with the team there at Microsoft. And but Bonnie, do you have any other points that you like to make as far as setting expectations to our candidates on next steps?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know, Will, you're going to help get us the resumes for those of you who submitted those before the call. So we're really excited to be able to have access to that. But if you are interested in a specific role, do proactively apply. That, again, just really helps us get a sense of what role specifically you're interested in. So again, there are those 3 that are active now. So pop in, apply to those. And we also have the broader link that shows just all of the sustainability sustainability roles at Microsoft beyond just our team as well. And we will share out via email through Will when those 5 additional openings will happen later this year, as well as the 3 more early next year. So do keep an eye out for that when those come up. But yes, in addition to having your resume drop in advance of this call, please do take the extra step to apply, because we do know these roles are different, and so your interest may be a little bit different depending on your background.
Excellent. The other thing we'll do is we'll send out an email with the links and information from that slide to everyone that has registered for this event. Those that can make it and those that could not. But with that, let's go ahead for all of those of you that joined and had your video on and you were dressed to impress. Let's do a quick group photo shot. So if you want to turn on your video feed and you're in a place and you're comfortable with turning on your video feed, feel free to do that now. We'll take a couple of screenshots to remember this event, and then we will adjourn. But let me thank everyone for coming. Without you all taking the time out of your schedule to join us, these events would not be possible. I want to reiterate the fact that this is not just a branding opportunity where we're here to talk about and learn about the team and then everybody goes into a black hole. No, this is an actual intentional event where the start off conversation is, how do we help achieve more diversity and bring in more folks to get hired on the environmental sustainability team. So that is the point of this event. And that is what we're going to work to try to make happen. And that starts with you all sending us your resumes. We'll share those resumes with the team. And then for you to be proactive about going off and applying to the jobs that the team posts on their site. So that would be my advice. And again, I want to thank everyone. I also want to thank the environmental sustainability team that reached out to us to make this event happen. I think that speaks volumes to Microsoft's commitment to diversity and how serious they are about walking the walk and not just talking the talk, just like they're doing with the environmental sustainability, they are also doing with diversity. So I'm a definite proponent of that. So let's go ahead and grab some screenshots. Louisa, I know you're in the background ready to take some screenshots, but I'll do the same. So everyone wants to say cheese. Let me go ahead and get a couple of screenshots. Cheese. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. All righty.
Hold on, do one more.
One more. Okay, let's do it. Jeez. Okay, let me thank everybody. We really appreciate you all coming. I think this was one of the best, most active, Q&A, via chat that I've seen at our event. So thanks for all of the awesome questions. Again, thanks for taking the time out to, the Microsoft team, as well as to all of our candidates. And I look forward to hearing some good news about some interviews and hires on the team. So thanks, everyone, and definitely take advantage of these opportunities. Good night. Take care.
Thank you
Yeah.
all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Take care.
Thanks.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.